Minha boca é hidratante que eu passei.
Alrighty, everybody. If you'll just start taking your seat, we'll get started in just a few minutes, alright?
Was that your drink?
Alrighty, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started here. So if you're wrapping up and grabbing some food, if you'll just take your seat, go ahead and get started. If I can get the volume turned down, actually. Alright. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us as we celebrate the Bonner graduating class of 2026. For those I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Jose Reyes, and I serve as the Interim Bonner Director. I I joined this remarkable program in late January, and it is hard to believe that the semester is already drawing to a close. During my time with this outstanding group of seniors, I have come to know students who consistently go beyond what is expected. Even before their time at Stetson, they demonstrated a deep commitment to strengthening communities, especially for those whose voices are too often unheard. Many of you, seniors, have journeyed far from your home countries and hometowns, making the courageous decision to confront the complex challenges our world faces today. I commend your resilience, your boldness, and above all, your unwavering dedication. Over the past 4 years, our seniors have contributed nearly 30,000 hours of service through this program. And I'll repeat that, because that's an impressive number. 30,000 hours of service. These hours represent meaningful work not only within the DeLand community, but across the nation and around the globe. Yet, even these impressive hours of service cannot fully capture their impact. They have supported after-school programs, contributed to the healthcare sector, advanced social justice efforts, and championed human rights initiatives. From speaking on the global stage at the United Nations to teaching ballet classes for students in Guatemala, this group has made a difference that is truly immeasurable. At the start of their journey in the Bonner program, they were asked a simple but powerful question. What issue compels you to take action? Now, as they conclude their time at Stetson, they will share the answers they have discovered along the way. Students, friends, family, faculty, and staff, I invite you to listen closely to these inspiring voices and to reflect on one question. What difference can I make? Before I invite our Executive Director for Cultural, Civic, and Community Engagement, Dr. Erin Doggett, to the stage, please join me in congratulating the Bonner Class of 2026.
I have to say, just looking at the room, everyone looks so amazing, so beautiful, so handsome. Whew, I'm full just by looking at how serious this event is for you. And I'm a little off script here, but I just want to give everybody a round of applause, our students, for just how amazing they look. Give them a round of applause. One student said, am I overdressed? And I said, absolutely not. This is your moment. You get to do it however you want to do it. And so, Jose, thank you for that wonderful welcome. But I want to just point out a couple of things. As Jose said, he's only been here a few short months, and he's brought genuine warmth, vision, and leadership to this program. We are so grateful to have him guiding Bonner right now. And please join me in thanking Jose. And now to the Bonner Seniors of 2026. Congratulations, as Jose has already said. The 30,000 hours, the service hours, that's not a small feat. And I know you already clapped for that, but I wanted to point it out again because this is from everywhere, not just West Volusia, not just DeLand. We have students who travel throughout the world because we have students from different countries. So I'm very proud of the work that they've done in that area, but I'm echoing that because these numbers deserve to be said over and over and over to show you the work that these students, the dedication that they put into this program. These aren't stats, they're a reminder of what this class chose to do with their time, their energy, and their hearts. And I know the students are saying it's not like we really had a choice about our service hours. However, you did get to determine how much dedication and heart you would put into that, and you did an exceptional job. You came to Stetson asking big questions, and you didn't stop there. You went out into the world, and you did something to get those answers. You pushed for justice, for health, for dignity, in your own backyard and across the globe. That is not a resume. That is a life being lived with purpose. So tonight, as we gather to celebrate you, know this: the hours you gave, the relationships you built, and the communities you served, those things don't end with graduation. They go with you. and the world is better for it. And I firmly believe that. I have personal relationships with many of you in this room, and I know that you'll go forward and do great things. Congratulations, class of 2026. We are so proud of you. And it's now my honor, let's give them one more round of applause. It is now my honor to introduce someone who's been a steadfast champion for students across this campus. As Vice President of Campus Life and Student Success, John Downey has dedicated himself to ensuring that every student at Stetson has the support, the resources, and the community they need to thrive. Please welcome Dr. John Downey.
Can you please give a round of applause to Dr. Doggett? So before I get started, I want to do a couple of things. First is, thank you, Chartwells, for this dish. You really love the food. Appreciate all your hard work. The second is, I just have to tell you that unfortunately, I have to leave early, and I don't like doing that. Nobody should go to a banquet, say a few words, and then leave if we're in the middle of it. But my wife is coming back from Romania after being away for 6 weeks. She was supposed to come in on Tuesday, they canceled the flight. Then she was supposed to come in on Thursday, they canceled the flight. She's on the plane right now, she's over the pond, she'll be here, she'll be landing about 7:30, and I'm gonna leave here about 6:30. So if you see me walk out, it's not because of anything you're saying. It's just because I am gonna be there and greet my wife. On that note, she wasn't here to tell me how to dress, so I just want to ask, am I crushing this desk? I picked her up and she's very fashionable. You know Europeans are, like a lot of opinions about fashion. And Americans in lack of fashion. So if I pick her up and she says anything, I'm going to say, I got a standing ovation. Even if I didn't. Also, I want to just let you know that tonight I've been preparing a lot with these remarks because I want to speak from the heart, but I don't want to just do it extemporaneously. These past several months, really going back all the way to December, have been really meaningful for me, and to get to know so many of you students and to see how you've received us, I'm just very appreciative. So I want to make sure that I do it and do it sincerely, and I want to make sure that I get it right. So I'm going to stick a little bit more to my notes than I normally do. But let me begin, as has been done, to acknowledging our seniors in the room. Tonight's a special event for you Bonner seniors, and we recognize your good work and look forward to hearing more about it. But we also wish you a fond farewell as you move on to this next chapter of your life. If you're like me, you never wanted to graduate, you can see I never left the college campus. We wish you a fond farewell, but not without trepidation. You made a great impact on this program, and honestly on Stetson University as well. You've given generously to this campus and the Bonner program, and I'm here to tell you that we owe you a debt of gratitude. And I want to thank two seniors in particular, and I think you know who they are. Can you please help me in thanking Ariel and Naya for all they have done? And a lot of times it's what students and others do for one another behind the scenes and you'll never see, but how they helped us back in December and January to make the transition, that will always be very meaningful to me, and I will always appreciate it. I want to promise you seniors that as we continue to navigate all the changes that are taking place in Bonner leadership, that we'll make sure that one thing never changes, and that's the Bonner love that is at the center of all of it. This past year, we celebrated our 20th anniversary as a Bonner program, and I want to formally invite the seniors right here tonight to return in 5 years for the 25th anniversary. I think then you'll see that we have much to celebrate, although a lot has changed both on campus and in the Bonner program, but I promise you what will not change is the love that is at the center of all of it. There's a great quote from my favorite philosopher, Jerry Garcia. Some of you don't know who he is. He's a Grateful Dead band leader, and it says, "Without love in your dreams, they can never come true." Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't also recognize Dr. Posadas. He's been great not only for you all the years you've been here, but has helped us transition, and cannot say enough and cannot tell you how appreciative we are. not only for all that you do, but we really look forward to working with you in the future. And please give Dr. Posadas a nice round. Finally, I too want to thank the Bonner students for welcoming Dr. Doggett and Jose and me into the community. It's meant a whole lot to us, more than you can imagine. As you know, service to others is at the center of the Bonner program. And I promise you that we speak constantly about our commitment to serve you and this program today, tomorrow, and for as long as we are a part of it. I hope that we can continue to earn your trust. Now, if it's okay, I just want to share a few thoughts. I was told I had an hour and a half, so you bear with me. Just kidding. I want to offer a few words about that particular word, trust, and then another that I'll introduce in just a moment. Trust, as you know, is a foundation of all relationships and organizational success. You can do nothing in your life with another person if you do not choose to trust them. You cannot read about leadership or relationships or organizational behavior without being reminded that trust is at the foundation of everything. But after all these years of being in higher education and being a leader for the past 25 years of large groups of people, there's something that I have found that precedes trust, and that is grace. So I want to thank you for welcoming us into the Bonner family, but particularly for showing us the grace that has laid the foundation here for us to feel like we can earn your trust. Now, if trust is the foundation of every organization and relationship, then grace is the ground on which the foundation is laid. In fact, I've known this for years. When I first arrived here, Dr. Doggett was not here, Alex was not here, lots of folks, but those who were here can tell you that the first thing I told them is that I will earn your trust, but not unless and until you give me the grace to earn it. You see, trust is earned, but grace is granted. Trust is earned, but grace is granted. And unless you give someone the grace to make mistakes, to mess up, to not read the culture or the social cues properly, my biggest one of all, I know, or to have a personality just different than your own, then they'll never earn your trust ever, no matter how hard they try. Grace is so critical to the success of all relationships and organizations, yet you really never hear about it, which is totally unfortunate. But we're all aware of its power, right? Some people are said to already have grace, as in, she showed grace under pressure. Some people are said to have so much of it that we would like them to grace us with their presence. It's a powerful thing. But the thing about grace is that it really doesn't exist. There's no such thing, not just because it's invisible, but also because until you give it away, it does not exist. You can't hold on to grace. The more you give it away, the more you'll get, but until you give it away, it's not really there. That's why I'm so appreciative that so many of you have demonstrated such grace as we've navigated these changes together. It's really meant the world to me. Finally, coming back to you seniors, let me remind you that being a Bonner is a privilege. But it does not come without expectations. But they're good expectations that I know you can meet. There is an expectation that you'll take what you learned in class with Dr. Posadas, at retreats with your fellow students and staff, and especially on site with your nonprofit agencies, and apply the lessons wherever you go. The world, I think is true, needs more Bonners. Do you agree with that? The world needs more Bonners. Now take that love, that can-do spirit, that commitment to serving others, and put it to work in whatever community you choose to join. And please, always, give away the grace that has been bestowed upon you, and you will get so much in return. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, can we do one more round of applause for Dr. Doggett and Dr. Downey? And I would also like to take some time to thank the entire cultural, civic, and community engagement team and faculty members who are joining us today. Let's give them a round of applause. I want each of you to know that our program is much stronger because of your continued support. All right, and so now I would like to introduce the student coordinators and the junior intern for the 2026-2027 academic year, Haisa, Maddie, and Emma.
Hello everyone. It's very nice to see everyone here today. So many of you are friends of mine. So many are people that are very dear to those friends of mine. So it's very nice to be here. My name is Haisa and I'm currently a junior in the Bonner program. And first, I'd like to thank Jose, Dr. Doug, and Dr. Downey for their amazing speeches. They set up us for a very nice evening, full of nice speeches and interesting connections, interactions that we're going to be able to make today. I'm very excited to serve as a student coordinator for the 2026-2027 academic year, and I'm looking forward to giving back the care and support I have received from this community and to keep honoring this family. Tonight, I'm especially honored to celebrate our seniors and all they have contributed to the Stetson University Bonner program. So thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm so excited to be with you all here tonight. My name is Maddie and I'm also a current junior in the Bonner program. I'm beyond excited to work alongside Haisa for this as one of the student coordinators for the 2026-2027 academic year. My favorite part about being at Stetson is being in the Bonner program, so I'm so looking forward to giving back to a community that I love so deeply. Tonight I am honored and thrilled to help celebrate the seniors who have given so much to our Bonner community. Congratulations.
Hello everyone, my name is Emma and I am currently a sophomore in the Bonner program and I will be serving in the role of the junior intern in the upcoming academic year. I'm incredibly grateful for this opportunity and so excited to continue to learn and give back to this community that has already given me so much. Tonight I am especially honored to celebrate our seniors and all they have accomplished and contributed to the Bonner program. Thank you. Seniors, you'll be welcomed to the stage. You will then present your speech and then exit the stage to the left where you'll be presented with your stole, cord, and certificate. You'll then pose for your picture with Jose and Dr. Doggett. Now please welcome Laurentia Nunana of
Good evening, everyone. It is a great honor to stand before you. My speech this evening is centered on Bonner love. I remember sitting in Ghana, staring at my screen during my Bonner interview. I was nervous. I didn't know what to expect, but something about that conversation with Kevin and Taylor felt different. It didn't feel like an interview. It felt like I was already being welcomed into something. Looking back now, I realized that was my first experience of Bonner love. But even then, I was still unsure. Coming to the United States was one of the biggest decisions of my life. Not just for me, but for my family, the people I love deeply and miss every single day. I didn't know what it would feel like to leave everything familiar behind. I didn't know if I would belong. And then I was introduced to Kweku DeGraft, Vincent, Victor, and Veronica. Meeting them changed everything. For the first time, I realized I wouldn't be doing this journey alone. These were people who looked like me, who came from similar backgrounds, who understood parts of my story without even me having to explain it. And I remember thinking, if they can take on this challenge, they are willing to do it, then I can too. Even though I missed orientation, Arriving on campus at State University felt completely different from what I expected. I remember walking into Taylor's office for the first time. The hug we shared was so simple, but so comforting. In that moment, I felt at home. And then, walking into my Bonner FCM class, seeing my classmates, their smiles, their energy, their openness, I felt welcomed. I felt seen. I felt loved. More than that, what I learned in the class with Professor JB is something I'll carry with me for life. The lessons, the conversations, the reflections, that was gold. It shaped how I see service, community, and my role in the world. And the interesting part is, I felt all of that before I even fully understood what Bonner Love was. But over time, I began to understand it through experience. One of those experiences was with Black homeschoolers. I was teaching students how to braid cornrows. It might seem small, it wasn't a big project, but in that space, something powerful was happening. I was sharing culture, I was sharing identity, and I was building confidence. I remember watching them struggle at first, and then slowly improve. And that moment when it finally clicked for them, the smile, the pride, the confidence in their eyes, that experience taught me something important. Impact doesn't have to start big to be meaningful. Sometimes, impact starts with something as simple as helping someone feel seen. Another experience that shaped me was working with the Hispanic Health Initiative. At first, it felt like a technical project, building a database, organizing information, creating systems. But the more I worked on it, the more I realized that behind every piece of data was a person. Someone coming in for screenings, someone trying to take control of their health, someone trusting this organization for care and support. And I realized that what I was building wasn't just a system. I was helping create access. I was helping making it easier for people to be cared for, to be followed up with, and not to be forgotten. That changed how I see my role, not as someone who wants to work in tech, but as someone who wants to use technology to make real human impact. But what makes Bonner special is how intentional that lab is. Because at its core, the Bonner program is about community. It is about showing up. It is about making change. And for me, the idea of change has become very clear. When we look at everything that is wrong with the world today, hate, injustice, inequality, none of it started big. It all started small. So if problems started small, then solutions can too. I truly believe that changing the world starts with the spaces closest to us. It starts with your neighbor, with your friends, your classroom, your dorm, your workplace, your family. It starts with choosing to care. That is Bonner Love. It is not something we talk about. It is something we live. Bonner Love is Taylor, who always kept Bonner Love is Taylor, who always kept her doors and her arms open. No matter how busy she was, she always found time. She carried that love into every space she stepped into. It is Kevin, who was a father figure to us, holding our hands through freshman year, and guided us as we learned what it meant to be in college. It is my beautiful Brazilians, Bella, Bia, Hadi, Diana, and Judah, who made me confident with their constant compliments. Amiga, amiga, amiga has probably become one of my most used words. I could listen to them speak Portuguese for hours, and even though I do not understand everything, I understand the love they have for each other and their community. It is Chris, who patiently taught us about American culture and never made us feel ashamed from where we come from. It is Dylan, who didn't just share his culture, but shared his family. Every time his mom visited, it felt like my mom was visiting me too. It is my fellow Africans, DeGraft, Victor, Vincent, Anas, and Veronica, who showed me what it means to persevere against all odds. It has been a privilege watching you all grow and succeed. It is Fernanda and Jessa, who showed me that you do not have to be a Bonner to make an impact in your community. It is Victoria, whose presence reminds me that you do not have to be loud to make an impact. And to our two hardworking student coordinators, Ariel and Naya, you showed me what it truly means to put in the work. Your sacrifice and dedication to the Bonner program here at Stetson will be spoken about for generations to come. To my family, you have been my backbone throughout this journey. I am because you are. I love you all dearly, and I look forward to the day I can hold you in my arms again. Your love and your prayers are the foundation that allows me to stand firm today. To my brother, everything I am is because of you. And to my sister, everything I do is because of you. To my graduating class, I know deep in my heart that you will all be successful. As we graduate, let us take everything we have learned into the world and become the change we have spoken about these past 4 years. And to all of you, I leave these words: love your neighbor as yourself. Because I truly believe that that is the only way we as a collective can change the world. Bonner love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Florentia, for your speech and for your dedication to this program and for being a good friend for all of us. Now, please help me welcome Victor Prince Acola to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. How you all doing? My name is Victor Prince, and my speech is something I want you to go with me along because it's a journey. I want you to picture a young man sitting at a desk in Nigeria, white button-down shirt, tie on, staring at a Zoom screen, absolutely terrified. That was me. I had rehearsed everything I was going to say. I had Googled how to impress an interviewer more times than I could ever admit. And then the call started, and the people on the other side were the loveliest human beings. It stopped feeling like an interview, and it felt like a conversation. I loaded off thinking, I hope that was good enough. Weeks passed, and an email came. I read the way you will read when you're scared of what it was. Fast, bracing for bad news, and my heart dropped. To be honest, it felt like a rejection, and I was about to close the email. But something made me stop. I scrolled back slower, and this time right in the middle, one word was bolded: congratulations. I had read the whole thing over again to make sure I was not seeing things. This so-called rejection was the beginning of everything that followed. When I came to Stetson, I was greeted by 18 people who completely changed the shape of my college years, my Bonner cord. Then JP walked in with his jokes already loaded, and you might think he got old at some point. They did not even once. My freshman year was amazing and could fill its own speech. I remember Vincent and Philip spent an impressive amount of energy trolling each other, and somehow still managed to show up and be great. And then there was the scooter day. Dylan, I still don't understand how or what happened. There was something in the way, but you found a way to hit me. And I never say I handled it gracefully. I did not, but we laughed on to the end, and it made the story of the year. There's honestly so much I could say about Bonner. 4 years, 18 classmates, more memories than I could ever fit into 5 minutes. 5 minutes will not even come close. But if I had to point at one moment that shaped me the most, it would be my first year trip. I spent days playing FIFA with Raul, and in between those matches we talked about where we came from, what home felt like, and what we're hoping to build. I also talked with Letitia about our different backgrounds, our families, and things we carried with us. We ate food made with real care and shared a table that meant more than any of us had words for at the time. And even alongside them, seeing the way they carry every single ordinary day, the courage it takes to keep going without the safety that most of us never had to think about, that quietly changed something in me. I came from Nigeria. I understood displacement in my own way, but that's the experience that reminded me of something Bona kept coming back to. The point of your opportunity is not just for you. This is what took me to my junior capstone, where I built a healthcare information management system for Hispanic Health Initiative, increasing efficiency and capacity for an organization doing real work for real people. Stetson gave me an education, but Bona gave me a reason to use it. And this degree doesn't belong to me, it belongs to my community. It belongs to everyone who poured something into me, and even those who never had the opportunity to be in a room like this. To my classmates, I genuinely do not have the right words for what these 4 years were. You were the people I did not expect to find, and now I cannot imagine a chapter without. The work we did mattered, but the people we became while doing it mattered even more. Thank you for showing up for each other and for the communities we serve. I'll carry it for a very long time. To the African community, thank you for everything. Thank you for being a home when home was far away, for the food, the laughter, the familiarity, for just being around people who get it. From hate watching our fellow African teams during AFCON football tournaments, to our Friday night soccer sessions, to every ASU event that somehow turned into a memory. You kept me grounded in ways I needed more than I even knew at the time. And my family back home in Nigeria, I hope you know that everything I did here, I did it with you in mind. 4 years is a long time to be away from people who raised you. 4 years of phone calls across time zones, of trying to explain what college in America feels like, and of missing things I could not get back. But you never once made me feel guilty for chasing this. You pushed me out of the door and kept me going thousands of miles away. This degree has your name on it, just as mine. To Boners who are still in the middle of it, I advise you to embrace what is coming. I know it's not easy imagining this program without Kevin and Taylor. It is not easy for me either. But I have come to believe that they were never trying to build something that needed them forever. They were building people who could carry it on without them. And they did that very well. Everything is going to be fine. Kevin and Taylor, wherever you are, thank you for seeing something in me. Thank you for seeing something in a kid on a Zoom call in Nigeria with a slightly crooked tie. You changed the direction of things for me. JP, thank you for the 4 years of showing up, for the years of jokes, 4 years of being exactly who you are. And the current Bono board, thank you for taking care of the program. What you do matters more than what you do matters more than you know. I wish you the very best. There is so much I could say, but I have only 5 minutes. And honestly, Bono deserves more than 5 minutes, so I'll leave it here. This is only goodbye. It never really is with Bono. It's just see you on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Your Bonner family loves you, and we are grateful for the commitment that you have given to this community. And next, I would like to welcome Victoria Antonini to the stage.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. Being a Bonner leader has been one of the most meaningful parts of my college experience. When I think about what Bonner means to me, two things come to mind: community and growth. During my first year, I did not fully know what to expect. Everything was new: a new environment, new people, new responsibilities, and a new way of thinking about service and social justice. But what made the transition so much easier was the sense of community I found within Bonner. I was paired with a mentor, Casey, who quickly became a very important part of my experience. Her support and friendship helped me feel more confident and settled, not only during that first year, but throughout my time in Bonner. Alongside Casey, the former director of the Bonner program, Taylor Hebel, has also been a great source of support throughout my Bonner journey. To this day, Taylor and I meet every now and then to chat about life, plans for the future, or just to have a reading session. I also met Fernanda and Jessa, Haisa, Laurentia, who have been a part of that same sense of support, friendship, and community that made Bonner feel so meaningful to me. Having people like them in the program made a real difference. Through Bonner, I found a community that made campus feel like home. It was not just about serving, it was also about belonging. In my first year as a Bonner, I began my service at Chisholm Community Center, where I had the opportunity to support children from low-income communities. That experience showed me what community engagement really looks like, showing up consistently, building trust, and learning just as much from others as they learn from you. As I continued in the program, my Bonner journey evolved. Since my junior year, my site has been the Marchman program, where I have helped support initiatives such as the minor in civic and social responsibility and the civil rights travel course. Through this work, I have been able to engage with community building in a broader way, helping create opportunities for others to learn, reflect, and get involved. Another defining experience for me was my junior capstone through Marchman. With the support and mentorship of Dr. Jeremy Posadas, I was pushed to step outside of my comfort zone in a completely new way. I organized and led a series of panels throughout the semester to raise awareness about opportunities to engage in the community and to talk about different social justice issues. This challenged me to take initiative, lead conversations, and bring people together in ways I had never done before. Although I was extremely nervous about this project, it was also incredibly rewarding, and it showed me how much growth can come from stepping into unfamiliar spaces. What stands out to me about that experience, it's not just that I completed the project, but that I became someone who could do it. Bonner gave me the space to grow slowly through every meeting, every service opportunity, every conversation, and every moment when I had to try something new. By the time I reached my capstone, I could see how much those experiences had prepared me. I was still nervous, but I was also more willing to lead and more aware of the kind of impact I wanted to have. Looking back, Bonner has shaped me not only as a student, but as a person. It has taught me the importance of community, the value of service, and the power of pushing myself beyond what feels uncomfortable. I also want to take a quick moment to say thank you to the friends I have made along the way, to Cande, Cesar, Maria. Thank you for your friendship, your encouragement, and for making Stetson feel like home. To Dr. Posadas, thank you for challenging me to grow and for supporting me. To Taylor and Kevin, thank you for making it possible for me to join Bonner in the first place. And finally, I want to thank my family for watching online and for such an important part of this journey. Because these words are for them, I would like to say this part in Spanish. A mis papás, gracias por apoyarme desde el momento en que les compartí la loca idea de venir a estudiar a Estados Unidos. Gracias por su amor, por su apoyo incondicional y por alentarme siempre a cumplir mis sueños. Aunque al principio no entendieran completamente cómo funcionaba este camino de venir a estudiar acá, nunca dejaron de estar ahí para mí. Gracias por confiar en mí y por dejarme volar, incluso cuando eso también venía con miedos y distancia. A mis hermanas adoradas, también gracias por su amor. Gracias por escucharme siempre y por acompañarme en cada etapa de este camino. Han sido mi refugio, mi ejemplo a seguir y mi ancla cuando la distancia se ha sentido más fuerte. Tenerlas a ustedes ha hecho este camino mucho más llevadero. Nada de esto hubiera sido posible sin ustedes, familia. Los amo. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria, for your amazing speech and your commitment to this program. Now I would like to welcome Hattie Bandea to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. Many of you may not know, but I had to try boner twice to get in. The rejection the first time was harsh, and I remember staring at the screen and hating the program for just those few minutes. I'll be honest, after hating the program for just those few minutes, it actually filled me with the motivation to try again the next time around. Little did I know, but boner was already teaching me something, resilience. And looking back now, I'm so glad I didn't get it the first time. I wouldn't have met my amazing class, and JP would have been my first college professor ever, which I'm forever grateful for. Instead, I took a very much needed gap year, went through the process again, and as soon as I left that interview, I had a discernment in my heart that I would meet Kevin and Taylor in person really soon. On my application, I passionately described how diversity in occupying spaces that were originally meant for someone like me was important. I talked about how welcoming others to the table had become my motto, and making sure people don't have to squeeze their way in, but instead feel seen, heard, and valued. In that year, I found my way into one of the most diverse tables I'd ever had the honor of having a seat at, the most diverse boner class of all time. Honestly, having that class my first year felt like a cheat code. While most freshmen were still trying to figure out where they belonged, I was starting the school year already with a community that had my back 24/7. From Goodwill and Walmart runs, sharing a plate of fries at the Cup, for parties, and of course the inevitable next morning debriefs in mine and Chris's room in Conrad, Kevin and Taylor had curated my college family, and for that and many other reasons, I'm forever grateful to them. It was knowing that no matter what kind of day I had someone to call, to text, and to just sit with me and listen to my rants. That kind of support so early on really changed my college years for me. It made a foreign land feel familiar, the challenges lighter, and it was a constant reminder that we're all in this together, especially when it came to debating aerial injustice. While that sense of community started on campus, it didn't stay here. It extended to my time at the Choosing Community Center. When I first walked in terrified, I was genuinely so scared of working with kids. But something shifted after that day. I didn't even consider trying another boner side. I had found my place. A place where the kids offered endless hugs, compliments on my cotton candy hair, and conversations that can surprisingly go really deep for a 6-year-old. And then the next second, they would turn around and call me broke because I didn't have $1 for the vending machine. In that chaotic mix of honesty and connection, I found myself getting to Mr. KJ's van every single time, excited for whatever the day would bring for me. One of the most important moments at Chosen was my first Thanksgiving here. They invited us to spend dinner with them, and like always, they picked us up, fed us, talked to us like we were part of their family because we truly were, and they took us back home, just like we were one of the other children kids. Those moments were priceless and helped me feel at home in a place where, at times, I felt like I had nobody here for me. So thank you, Mr. KJ, Ms. Shalise, and Dr. B, for welcoming us with so much warmth and generosity. Also, thank you from my boner crew who were pushing me in the swings, and we were taking turns with the kids, or calling each other when we were late for the van pickup. Thank you so much. You know who you are. And to the future boner classes, I hope you never take this, Boner has helped me grow in ways I didn't fully understand until now. It helped me grow into myself. It gave me the confidence, purpose, and sense of belonging that I never thought I would have at the age of 23 years old. It taught me how to be patient, how to listen, and how to show up for others, even when life felt heavy myself. It taught me that leadership is not always loud, but that sometimes the most meaningful thing you can offer someone is simply your presence, or remind them that you have snacks in your office. Shout out Taylor's endless supply of snacks. And to the future boner classes, I hope you never take the opportunity for granted. Not everyone gets to be part of something this special. Lean into it, show up fully, build relationships, be open to being uncomfortable, even if that means taking care of 40 plus kids. To be challenged and to be changed. Because one day you'll look back and realize that boner gave you so much more than scholarship and service hours. It gave you the people, the memories, growth, and lessons that will stay with you for life. Thank you again, Kevin, Taylor, and Dr. Jerry Posadas, our JP, for seeing potential in me before I could see myself. You all mean so much to our class. You are a safe space for mentors or confidants. Thank you for leading with compassion, for believing us, and for creating a space where we could all grow as students, citizens, people. Thank you to my family who, despite being so nervous about their daughter, granddaughter, niece, big sister leaving the country because of an email saying she got a scholarship in another country none of us have ever been before. She still trusted me and became the windman in my wings so I could fly. Now, if you excuse myself, I just repeat the same thing in Portuguese for my family watching at home. Muito obrigada, minha família, que apesar dos desafios, confiaram na sua filha, neta, sobrinha, irmã mais velha, a sair do país. Tudo porque um e-mail falou que ela conseguiu uma bolsa para ajudar em outro país que nenhum de nós tinha ido antes. Eles confiaram nos meus sonhos e se tornaram os ventos debaixo das minhas asas para que eu pudesse voar. Muito obrigada aos meus amigos back home. Thank you to my friends, my sisters for life, whose hands I never planned on letting go of. Bia, you're one of the people who I admire the most in life. Your drive and focus on your goals kept me going when I couldn't always rely on my own. Chris, you're such a unique human being. There were times I genuinely asked myself if you were real. And if you know Chris, you know that's what Chris is. Your calm spirit and your trust the process attitude carried me through moments when I couldn't find a peace in myself. Isabella, my girl from the South. I don't have that many words for you other than that you're my soulmate. I can't remember what life was like without you in it, and I don't ever want to feel that. Laurentia, my amiga, my fashion icon and seafood boy companion. Your sense of humor made me laugh through so many crash out sessions. Thank you for teaching me to not take life so seriously all the time. Muito obrigada, Bonner State University, for welcoming me to so many tables that I didn't even know existed. Bonner love.
Thank you so much, Haji, for your speech. So you are such an inspiration, and I knew about you before I came to Stetson. I told my parents everything would be fine because Haji, a girl from Maragogi, would be there. And they still ask about you, so I'm going to be so happy to share with them tonight that she's graduating now. Thank you so much, Haji. Now, please help me to welcome Dylan Carter to stage.
I don't ever wear these, but I know my mom is watching. I'm wearing the glasses, I'm not wasting the money I spent on my prescription, I apologize. Well done. That means what's up, what's up? Thank you for giving me a chance. My sister sent me a video of her dancing with her friends at Carnival, and I realized this is not the same girl I left 4 years ago. I was met with the rude awakening that time doesn't just stop because you're away, it continues. It's such a simple decision. come to the United States on a full scholarship, and get paid to make positive change in the community. You'd almost have to be crazy to say no. But what you don't realize until you get here is that you're leaving your entire life behind. Your friends, your family, your favorite restaurant, the lady on the corner you don't know that says hello every single time you pass her on your way to school, all left behind. And you have to figure out who you are in a place that's completely unfamiliar. So thank you to the familiar faces. Thank you to Kevin, Taylor, JP, Mr. KJ, Miss Althea. Thank you to Vincent, Kweku, Chris, Aji, Laurencia, Naya, Ariel. The list goes on. Thank you to Conrad Hall TV Room. Thank you for 1 a.m. with these random people that became my family. Cuddled up watching a rented movie on Philip's account because he was kind enough when we didn't have $4 to spend. And we still probably don't, but that's okay. Because Philip does. I'd like to make a very special thank you to my mom as well. Nobody knows the half or even a quarter except us, mommy. In this life, if I can be even half as man as a woman that you are, I'll be successful. I remember being so tired. We applied to 23 schools and wrote countless essays. My fingers hurt, I didn't want to keep going, but you pushed me, as you always do, and here I am because of you. So thank you, Mom. What hurts isn't that I'm leaving. I can look back and say I gave it a good run. I pushed, I did my best in every aspect. What hurts is that, once again, I'm leaving my family behind. I hope in the next stage there are people as passionate as Duda who will take the time out to argue with me about human rights and what we should do about it, even though I'm right. People like Gianna who can tell me what's going on in any part of the world at any time of the day. People like Fernanda who, despite all odds, fight to create opportunities that wouldn't exist without her effort. That is what I miss the most. Being surrounded by people that inspire me. Speaking about inspiration, I want to talk about change for a bit. For my summer of service, I volunteered in the behavioral health hospital for 2 summers. I found myself continually frustrated with a system designed to profit off of those struggling rather than genuinely help them. I watched people who just needed to be heard, injected, medicated, restrained, and I was angry, very angry. I remember driving home one afternoon with bloody scrubs. A young girl started to convulse and her limbs struck every object in sight with violent force. It left cuts all across her body and she cried as we wrapped her up tightly in a soft bed sheet. Tight enough so that she couldn't hit against anything else. All because nobody stopped to check what medicine she was allergic to. Events like these really made me question the work we do at Bonner, and it really made me question if there was any sense or any possibility to change the world. And I came to a conclusion. The answer is no, you can't. But what you can do is make a change where you are. What you can do is show up. If you can't donate, you can listen. If you can't march, you can ride. If you can't advocate, you can educate. If you can't change the people of your community, you can raise children with good hearts. And if all of this is too much, when you see someone struggling, you don't have to sit and listen or even empathize. You don't have to take time out of your busy day. But what you can do, what I beg you to do as a Bonner, is when you see that person, you give them a smile. So they know you see them for far more than what they are. And that's what Bonner means to me. I don't believe we can change the world, but I believe we can change community. One person, one smile, and one speech at a time. And one day we'll realize the world never needed to change. We did. If we plan to change the world, it starts with changing ourselves. I know we're supposed to make our speech 5 minutes, so I apologize for cutting it short. But truth be told, there's not a lot to say, only a lot more to do. But if there's one important thing I can say before I leave, it's this. I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I worked and behold, service was joy. Our service to the community isn't a one-time impact. It never ends. But as long as you're working to make a positive change in service of your community, rest assured, you'll never lay your head unhappy. Thank you, and one love.
Thank you, Zoe. Your Bonner community loves you and is appreciative. And next, I would like to welcome Maria Fernanda Castillo Enriquez to the stage.
Hello, everybody. I know Dylan says he's right, but I think I am who's right. At one of our Bonner meetings, we were asked to talk about what Bonner meant to us, our journey here, and what we have accomplished. One time, I pointed out how all of us in this room were Bonners before we even got here. I know we were asked to speak about our experiences in the program, and I will. However, I see the value in recognizing who we were before we came here. If all of you recall, one of the Bonner program's core commitments is social justice, to advocate for fairness, impartiality, and equality while addressing systemic social issues. The commitment many of us strive to accomplish by supporting communities and seeking justice did not begin in this program. For me, it for sure did not. In 2021, when I had to return to Guatemala after many years of dancing in the United States, I accepted a non-paid artistic director position with a New York-based nonprofit operating in the highlands of Guatemala. There, I met many children from vulnerable, low-income backgrounds. Many had scholarships and support from the organization to access academic resources, spiritual guidance, and dance classes. I lived in the organization's building, which had rooms for volunteers, a kitchen, a tutoring room, and a dance lessons room. One day, while I waited for the kids to finish their tutoring sessions, my phone rang. It was the school teacher in the room next door. She texted, "Miss Fernanda, do you have a piece of bread or fruit? There is a student who has not eaten all day. His mom did not have anything for him at home." I went to the kitchen. It was almost the end of the week and my supplies were low. So instead, I grabbed my wallet, put on my shoes, and left the house. I thought that if one kid got food, the rest of the kids will want food too. I went to the local bakery. I asked for a box of 20 empanadas. Walking back, I saw a lady selling tangerines on the sidewalk. I also got tangerines. A few blocks later, there was a little girl with a fruit stand too. I bought bananas. I barely recall how I got all of this back to the building. I was walking as fast as I could. When I got back, I told the kids, "Hey guys, today we're eating some extra snacks that I have. Do you all want some?" I heard the "Sí, Miss Fernanda." My student had a full belly after that. I went back to my room. The moment stayed with me forever. And unfortunately, it was not the only one. When one of my students, Kayla, was telling me her belly hurt when she danced, I asked to speak with her mom. The mom said, "Kayla needs surgery. but we cannot afford it. She's always in pain. I called my mom 5 minutes later to tell her about it and said, "So what do we do?" A couple of weeks later, my mom picked up Kayla and her mom, and they all traveled to my hometown, where a team of doctors from the US was providing free medical services. She got the surgery. She was no longer in pain. When I applied to Bonner, the essay question I had to answer was, what is something that upsets you to the point of action? And what upsets me the most is the injustices children have experienced. My time working with kids in Guatemala shaped my current mission as a Bonner leader. I have worked with several nonprofits such as Hope Place Emergency Shelter and Brown Girls Do Ballet over the past 2 years to provide more than 300 children with access to an education. I founded Ballet for the World, which is soon to become a registered nonprofit in the US and Guatemala, and have raised close to $20,000 over the past 3 years to continue supporting our mission of making after-school programs more accessible to children in the US and Guatemala. Thankfully, I am a woman who gets upset easily, and thus I am always seeking justice. In short, Bonner continued to shape something that had always been forged, the pursuit of justice, which was instilled in me through the education I received from my mom, my grandma, and my American parents. My pursuit for justice was also supported by a very special professor in this room today, Frank Gonchanen, who never stopped believing in me over the past 4 years. I often doubted my place in Bonner, yet I found that the Bonner ethos is everywhere. The fight for a better future is all around us, and often it works in silent ways, such as the hugs that many of you offered me recently as I navigated the most difficult time of my college experience. Saeed, Abdul, Mo, Michael, Stephen, Isa, Haisa, Karim, Anthony, Bernie, Victoria, Jessa, Philip, Naya, Laurencia, Veronica. Thank you for you always checking on me, for the hugs that you provided, for always asking how I am doing, how my parents have found my families in Guatemala, how my parents are here. You became my family, and you all became my community. Justice, while it requires a level of fury to achieve more, it also requires kindness, compassion, understanding, patience, and most importantly, love. And that is something that a special friend of mine recently taught me and made me realize. And I thank him for that. It also requires bravery. This pursuit of justice business, many of us left our homes, left our grandmas, left our mothers, their care, their warmth. Many of us here have not been home for months and do not even know when we will go back. We came here to pursue an education in a life that was not possible back at home. And at the same time, we attempted to change lives, our communities, and the future of the world. And I admire all of you and all of your bravery for saying, yes, I will do that for others, while recognizing that many of us in this room are not even citizens of this country and still continue to work for the communities around us. Thus, do not forget to be outraged by injustices, but also keep a warm heart and be brave. Lastly, I hope some things upset you to the point of action. And when they do, I hope that you act with a strong yet soft heart. Now I will switch to Spanish. My mom and my grandma are watching me in Guatemala. Hola, mami. Hola, mamá Elsa. Gracias a ustedes, hoy estoy aquí. Hoy he logrado todo lo que he logrado por ustedes. Y gracias a ustedes. Y gracias por ser las mujeres que me inspiran y que me han ayudado hoy. ha llegado a donde he llegado. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for your dedication to Bonner and the impact that you've made on this community. Now, I would like to welcome Isabella Colombo to the stage.
Good evening. First, I just want to start by saying that honestly, I never thought this day would come. I never imagined I would stand on the stage, looking to you guys and calling myself a senior, like worrying about graduation tickets or worrying about like is my family coming, like what I'm gonna wear for graduation. Like I never thought this day would come. And I think a lot of you feel the same way. You never think this will end. Because the truth is, we never think good things will end in our life. Especially when they are this good, like Bonner, like Stetson. We tell ourselves, I have time, I'll do it later. So I have 4 years. 4 years are eternal. It's gonna take, or I can do everything I want. I have plenty of time. Endless semesters, winter break, spring break, summer break, again, and again. We feel eternal, like time isn't really moving for us. But then, you stand here, like I'm doing now, and it's like, it hits you. Time passed, and our time here is over. When I was thinking about what to say today, I kept going back to my freshman year. My first weeks in this country, I didn't know anyone. I kept asking myself, what is going to happen to me? What am I doing here? And then my first official college live event happened, Bonner orientation, and I met all of you. And yes, the fear, the questions, and all of that didn't disappear, but it stopped owning me. Because suddenly, I wasn't alone. I had people around me who were also unsure, also scared, and trying to figure it all out. On the last day of orientation, the day that we take the pictures, our headshots and everything, we took a picture by the fountain, all of us together, hugging each other, standing with each other, arms around each other. I don't know if you guys remember that picture. And that picture meant everything to me. Because it was the beginning of something we didn't even understand yet. It was a representation that we are not alone, that we had people standing with one another, holding each other, and everything would be fine. We were together. A few days later, I made a drawing of that photo, like a very simple one. I just took the iPad, I made like an outline and just like a cute design. Because that picture felt so important for me. And I wanted to turn that into something, a shirt, a hat, or a button, something that I could give to my class as a thank you for being there with me. And I told myself, I have time. I have 4 years. I can do it tomorrow. 4 years is forever. And guess what? I never did. And time kept going. And that memory stayed in my head. But it was never shared the way I wanted. It was never the gift that I wanted to give to you guys. I even had words planned to say to each one of you, saying how thankful I was. But I don't remember them anymore. Because time doesn't wait for us to be ready. So if there's one thing I want to say today is this. There's still time. We're still here. There's
There's still time to look around this room and say the things that hasn't been said. To tell people how much they meant to you. JP, you saved me in one of the hardest moments of my life. You, Taylor, and Pam were there when I thought that no one was. We have time to laugh one more time, to cry one more time together, to do the small things we used to do together. Heidi, Bia, maybe we can go to downtown, get a strawberry at Pets Tony's and maybe a Checkers after that, like we used to do in our freshman year. We still have time. Especially for us, international students, I know this moment feels heavy. But don't forget, we're not alone. We have a family here, a Bonner family, and that doesn't end today. Before we go our separate ways, and I truly believe that every single one of us would do incredible things, take a moment, do the things you thought you had time for, because maybe this is the last time we're all in the same room together. So please be here right now. To the junior, sophomore, freshman, enjoy this, enjoy each other, because one day you'll be standing here. And the feeling is terrifying, but it's beautiful. And of course, I couldn't leave without finally finishing the most delayed gift that I ever made. It took me 4 years, but I did it, because that's what mattered. This is my gift to each one of the students of the class of 2026. I printed the picture of our first picture together as senior orientation, the drawing that I made, and I'm gonna give to each one of you guys, and even bought like cute fancy pens for us to write the things that we want to say to each other one last time before each one of us go our separate ways. And this is just a memory so each one of us can carry a small piece of these 4 years with us. Every single one of you was part of my story here in a way that I'll never forget. And this is just my way of saying thank you. This is my gift to each one of the seniors of the class of 2026. They are the reason I am here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabella, for your amazing speech and for being such a great leader for us and also for Stetson. Now, please help me to welcome Beatriz da Silva Rodrigues to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. It's honestly hard to put into words what these past 4 years have meant to me. When I think back to the moment I first arrived in the US, I don't just remember landing here. I remember everything that led me into that moment. Leaving São Paulo, saying goodbye to my family and friends, packing my entire life into a few suitcases, and getting on a plane not fully knowing what was waiting for me on the other side. I remember sitting on that flight and thinking, what am I doing? I was really excited, but at the same time, everything felt so overwhelming and I was really scared. When I finally landed, everything felt so unfamiliar. The language, the environment, the people, I really felt completely lost. But then, one of the clearest memories I have is walking out of the airport, feeling the Florida humidity and seeing Taylor. Taylor was there to pick me up. From the very first second, something shifted. It wasn't just that she was there, but it was the way she made me feel welcome. Like I belonged here even though I had just arrived. I still remember her getting me my first meal. and how something so simple meant so much to me. After a long trip, being far from home, the small act of care made me feel seen and taken care of. And then, during our drive back to Stetson, I remember looking out of the window, taking everything in, still trying to process where I was, but at the same time, feeling the sense of calm I didn't expect. That drive, that moment, is something I'll never forget, because it was the first time I felt this place could become home. Since then, the Bonner program has become so much more than just a program to me. It became my support system, my community away from home, and a space where I was constantly growing, even when growth was sometimes uncomfortable. Some of my favorite memories are the simplest ones, like the moments we shared in Common Hall, the late night conversations we had when we were tired but still stayed there to talk with each other, the laughter that made everything feel lighter, and the times we show up for each other without even needing to explain anything. Those moments may seem small, but they are the ones that stay with me the most. And I believe what made those moments so special was that we were all experiencing so many things for the first time. Also, a huge part of my journey has been my time at the Chosen Community Center. I've been there for almost my entire Bonner experience, and it has truly changed me. When I first started, I thought I was there to help the kids, support them, guide them, maybe make a difference in their lives. But over time, I realized they were also changing me. They taught me patience on the days that were so challenging. They taught me how to be present, and they reminded me that consistency matters more than perfection. It's been such a privilege to watch them grow over the years. Some of them I met when they were so young, and now they're already becoming teenagers, with their own personalities, their own dreams, and their own opinions. And being able to witness that growth, to see who they are becoming, is something I'll always be grateful for. Impact doesn't always need to look big or immediate. Sometimes just about being there over and over again. To my Bonner class, I truly don't think my experience would have been the same without you. Growing up as an only child, I didn't have any siblings. But somehow, through this program, I found something that feels just like that. You become the brothers and sisters I never had. You supported me when I was struggling, celebrated with me in the good moments, and stood by me in ways that I'll never forget. You challenged me, you helped me grow, and you made this experience what it was. Bonner didn't just shape my college experience, but it shaped the way I see the world, the way I understand community, and the way I want to show up in my life moving forward. Bonner is about caring and about choosing to show up even when it's not easy. As I stand here today, I feel nothing but gratitude. Gratitude for the people who welcomed me here from the very first beginning, for the experience that pushed me to learn and to grow, and from the version of myself I became along the way. And to the other Bonner classes, I hope you let this program become more than just a commitment to you. I hope you let it become a place that changes you. I hope you let yourself be open to the people, the work, and the small moments that will end up meaning more than you expect. The conversations, the hard days, the moments that challenge you, and the ones that make you laugh until your stomach hurts, those are the moments that will stay with you forever. Let yourself be fully present in them. One day, you will look back and realize this program gave you so much more than service hours. It gave you a family. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Beatrice. And now it is my absolute pleasure to welcome Naya Adla to the stage.
congratulations. I've stood in front of you so many times, TNEs, retreats, and all of that. From when I was so nervous until today. However, this moment feels very different. I still cannot believe I'm standing here and it's time to leave Stetson, especially the Bonner program. Maybe it sounds a little cliche, but without every single person in this room, I would not have made it. You believed in me more than I believed in myself. By the way, I read this so many times to train and not cry. It's not working, so excuse me. Before even coming here, I remember calling my brother, who went to Stetson before me, who is the reason I applied for the Bonner program. He's the reason I'm even standing here today. He's my support system, my backbone, my friend, and he's the reason my life got better. I remember talking to him, trying to figure everything out, wondering if I could actually do this. At the same time, I was preparing my interview, overthinking everything, stressing about every detail. I was freaking out and super scared to make this decision of going into the unknown, leaving home, coming to a completely new country, and not knowing what to expect at all. And that's when I text Noreen, my soulmate. On Instagram, like, I need advice. What do I do? What do I say in the interview? How do I do this? And she was so calm, giving me advice like it was nothing. And I remember thinking, it's okay. She was so nice. And I was thinking, I hope everyone is going to be like as nice as she was. But I never thought she would be my mentor and one of my closest people in my life and my best friend. After getting my interview with Kevin and Taylor, which was honestly the sweetest, easiest interview I have ever had, and that's because I felt welcomed. And after getting accepted with my famous story, I couldn't make it at first because of my visa. I started calling Taylor, stressed, overwhelmed, probably very unprofessional. But she was so calm, grounding me and reassuring me, and I think that was the first time and the first thing I learned in the Bonner program, patience. Oh my gosh, English. Patience. And trusting that everything is meant to happen for a reason. And that God has a plan even when we don't see it yet. And somehow it worked out. I made it here and it changed my life. I still remember my first year trip, meeting everyone with the first time, trying to figure out names, faces, and bonding with Philip over Adele. That ended up making him moving me more than 3 times. Sorry for the back pain, and thank you for being a good friend. After we arrived, the night being in the house with Duda and Bia, with literally 7 dogs around me, and if you know, you know. I was so scared, but somehow, just being there with them, people I didn't even know yet, made me feel safe. And I remember thinking, okay, maybe I'm gonna be okay here. And that was the moment I realized this is not just a program, this is gonna be a family. Coming here made me realize that I didn't just have one support system. I had my brother, my friends, and my family back home, and the Bonner family. Every single one of you means so much to me. Seeing you around campus, saying hi, stopping for a few minutes in between classes, those moments meant everything. They made me understand what community really means. Having people around you who understand what you're going through, what you're feeling, and smiling at you in the way that you really know that they truly mean it. Walking into Taylor's office and always knowing I would find her there, listening, understanding, calming me down was one of the best feelings and one of the best parts of my experiences. Taylor, I know you're not here, but I'm pretty sure you're watching. And I just want to say that I'm so grateful for you, not just as a director, but as a friend. Thank you for making me feeling welcome, and for that first dinner when I didn't know what to order from the menu. For your mentorship, your support, everything you've done for me. I can't even put it into words, and you will always hold such a place in my heart. And JP, thank you for always being supportive, for everything you've done for the program, and for all of us. It really means a lot. Bonner didn't just give me the experience, it shaped who I am, it shaped my goals and how I see everything in my life. It also taught me that change is not always that thing. Leading the Care Junior class with the amazing Ariel, it was a mess. We were leaders for the first time and we didn't know what we were doing. We tried. But we overcame it together. It was one of the best decisions I've ever done. And honestly, I would have not made it without Noreen pushing me to apply. Thank you for encouraging me to apply to stuff I don't feel comfortable doing. And I'm so grateful she did. Mentoring the Karen during class when you guys were freshmen, being your class-based leader, working with all of you. I remember being lost at the beginning, but we made it through together. You taught me so much. You taught me responsibility, you taught me how to handle things, but most importantly, you taught me how to show up for each others, the same way you showed up for me, and how to be a good friend. And that meant everything. I also learned a lot from you all, from your cultures, your traditions, especially from Brazil, Ghana, and Nigeria. To my class, every single one of you means so much to me. You all hold such a special place in my heart. And I will always be grateful for the small memories we shared. Even when we didn't live together, I know I made memories with all of you that will stay with me forever. And I really hope you all know how much I love you. And honestly, not just the class, not just my class, but the whole Bonner program. Being a student coordinator with the amazing Earl again, I'm grateful I worked with you. You're such a great person to work with, and I'm grateful for our friendship. This student coordinator position gave me the chance to connect with so many of you, to actually get to know you, even if it's just through small conversations here and there, even just being able to talk to you a couple of minutes, check in, laugh, or share a moment. It meant everything. It made me feel closer to all of you, and it made me feel that this community feels more like home. It's not just about what Bonner program gave me. It's about who it gave me, and I will always carry that with me forever. Every single one of you is doing something incredible, and it's so inspiring to be surrounded by people who truly care and are trying to make a difference. I'm really grateful I got to know all of you and to be part of this community. I always say I love being in Stetson, but I'll always keep saying I love being a Bonner in Stetson. I also want to say how grateful I am for my younger brother for always being there for me, for always being there for me in his own way, for supporting me, for making me laugh when I needed the most, and for just being such an important person in my life. Having you in my life means so much, more than you even know. The hard part. I also want to say how grateful I am. No, this journey was amazing. But it was not easy. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so hard. This journey was amazing, but it was not easy. It was very hard being far from my mom. More than 3 years not seeing her. Hayat Albi, which means the reason of my heart being alive. Makes more sense in Arabic, don't worry about it. Thank you for raising me the way you did, for making me the person who I am today, and for teaching me how to be a strong person. I don't think I'm strong no more, this was horrible. How to keep going even when things feels impossible, and how to believe in myself. Thank you for handling my stress, my overthinking, and for always being there for me no matter what. You believed in me more than anything, and every single time, even when I didn't believe in myself. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. I miss you so much more than I explain. Bonner love, but before I finish, I just want to speak in Arabic and tell my mom how grateful I am for her. And that's going to be in Arabic. شكرا لأنك أمي، شكرا لأنك ربيتيني بهالطريقة، وشكرا لأنك علمتيني أكون قوية ونفس. شكرا لأنك وثقتي فيني، وشكرا لأنك ضحيتي بكل شيء بحياتنا، وشكرا لأنك كنتي دايما جنبي كل لحظة. ودك هي سببي، وشكرا ودك هي قوتي، وشكرا لأنك وصلتيني لهون، ولولاكي ما كنت رح أقدر أوصل لهون. بتمنى تكوني فخورة فيني، بحبك كتير واشتقت لك كتير. Thank you, honor, love to all of you. I love you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naya, for being a great role model in leadership and for the help that you've given everyone in this room. Next, I would like to invite Ariel Castilla Palacios to the stage.
Give me a second, a little small. Alright. Hi friends, and welcome everybody to our senior gala to see us, me and my friends, take our final bow as Stetson Bonner students. It feels really weird saying it out loud. I remember when I had received my application results, like it was a week ago, getting that email from Taylor, giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. Oh my god. I don't think I would have been able to attend college without Bonner. Not that I knew at the time, I also wouldn't have been able to create the number of connections, both professional and personal, that I have made here. Orientation later gave me a glimpse of the family I would come to love and care for here. It granted me the opportunity to see what community service and social justice could truly be. And our FM class was the first taste of it. Sitting in that class with my Bonner friends and JP. And I'm thankful JP was our professor. He taught us what community service truly looked like, teaching us how to listen to a community in need and implement our skills to our fullest potential. Even offering us our first opportunity to advocate for ourselves and go through with our perusal revolution of 2022. That semester was full of ups and downs for me. A couple of days into the start of that semester, my birthday happened. I was very sad I couldn't spend that birthday with my family. It was the first birthday I would spend alone. But Bonner truly didn't let that happen. Those in Conrad celebrated with me with some delicious tres leche. It filled my heart with what I would later come to know as Bonner love. Even Chris and Dylan made that night even better with following me into the crazy idea of jumping around in the fountain right next to Conrad. It became one of my fondest memories of that semester. Then I decided to take a leap and apply for lead team. There, I would truly get to know the program as a whole and meet my other half in Bonner, Naya. We have stuck it out together since that second year with our baby Bonners as first class space leaders. Learning how to work together, teach, and lead a group of young, wide-eyed students going through their journey as we ourselves had just started. Lead team allowed me to grow as a professional. I even had the opportunity to travel to my first ever BondCon, and we had the most complex return. You know what I'm talking about. Then I became student coordinator again with Naya for 2 years. It has been a wonderful experience. Getting to see every single one of you grow into your own and being able to support you along the way any way I could is something I would never trade away. Working alongside with Taylor and Naya helped me learn what my limits were and push through them. Creating programs and workshops for you all, making presentations for T&Es, and thinking of Bonner Hangouts was the best part of the job. Y'all helped me get even over my fear of public speaking. Speaking of that, I think one of my greatest achievements in Bonner has to be being an intern at the National Bonner Foundation. I was able to show what made our program so unique at a national level. I had the opportunity to show off our lead team structures and work with the foundation on capacity building for future Bonners, and also having the opportunity to present to over 300 people in attendance that year. Also being able to bring ideas from the foundation and implement them here like I did with my JCAP project, the SOS database. During the senior year, I have done a lot of reflecting. It's not something I used to do a lot, but Bonner changed that in me. Seeing all the decisions I've made so far, the people I've met, and how it has forged me into the person I am today. I am grateful for all this program has taught me and let me experience. Taylor and Kevin had once asked me how I wanted to be remembered in the program, what I wanted to leave behind at the time. I really didn't put much thought into it when they asked me, but now I think I finally have that answer. I want to show you all that this program is what you make of it. The determination to excel and grow as I have. To love and enjoy your work and connections. That is what I want to leave behind. The future might feel uncertain, but know that if we have each other's backs, listen, and learn from our mistakes and even others' mistakes, we can all grow. I hope to have imparted a sense of belonging and Bonner to you as I once felt when I first joined. Bonner is not just a program defined by its work, it is defined by us, the students. Never forget that. My journey couldn't have happened with the support of a couple of specific people, so here we go. JP, like I mentioned at the start, you were my first college professor. You set the bar on how a professor should be, one that cares not only about the subject they teach, but about his students. You helped us when we struggled, taught us, and guided us into becoming the social justice warriors we are now. Even after our FSEM, you continued to support me and us seniors, especially your help and support this year as we adapted to everything. So thank you for all you have taught me inside and outside the classroom. Thank you for the honor of being your first class here at Stetson and subsequently the first to graduate. Taylor, even though you couldn't be here in person, hi on the live stream, hello. I am so happy to have met you, to have had you as a mentor, and now I dare say, my closest friend. I don't think I could have made it in this program alone without your guidance and constant cheers for me, and I am forever thankful for that. Thank you for taking a chance on me, on teaching me to be a better Bonner, a leader, a member of the community, and a better professional. Thank you for pushing me to apply to lead team, to apply to the foundation, for being there to listen to my troubles and helping me work them out, even if sometimes all I needed was a year to listen. You were always there for me. Thank you, friend. And now, to my strongest supporters, my mom and my dad. Mami, papi, gracias por haber tomado las decisiones que se necesitaban y por haberme dado el apoyo y el amor incondicional que me han dado. Por haberme levantado cuando tropecé y cuando cometí errores. Ustedes me hicieron la persona que soy hoy y espero que lo haya hecho orgullosos. Lo amo mucho. Thank you, everybody, for listening, and I hope that for whatever the future holds for us, we will never forget the bonds we have forged here. Bonner love.
Thank you so much, Ariel, for your speech and for being such a mom to all of us. You were essential for this program, and I really appreciate all the work that you've been doing for all of us, you and Naya, and for making this transition very smooth for us. And we really appreciate the work that you and I have put. Now, please help me welcome to the stage Philip DeGrant.
How do I follow that? All right. To start off, I want to say there's a lot more to this 4-year experience that I can put on this paper in a 5-minute speech. And so if I ever cut a memory, a moment, forgive me. These are just the ones that had to be said and stuck up. Philip Kwaku Due de Graft. Kwaku Due. Philip Kwaku Dua de Graft. Kwaku Due. Kwaku Due. I apologize for the dramatics, but it's the one thing that is entirely mine. My name. And I needed to hear it said right as I walk across the stage. 4 years. I can't wait for it to be over. Don't be dramatic. We've lived the same 4 years. I bet there's a better way to tell it. Start from the top. Let the community decide. Okay. Where do I even begin? Ma, I missed the interview. How? You calculated the time difference. You set 4 alarms. You got to the church 2 hours early just to make sure the Wi-Fi wouldn't give you trouble. I don't know. They weren't on the other end when I called. So I sent the email. Dear Director Kevin, yes, I am still available. I am so sorry about the time zones. Well, it was not my fault. I calculated 6-hour difference instead of 5. I am online now, if you would help me. Bona love, de Graft Philip. I proceeded to wait. 2 lovely human beings joined the call to what would feel like a conversation, what would feel like they had already made their mind on whether to accept me into this lovely program. Then they threw me a curveball. If you are an animal, what animal would you be and why? Wait, I thought this program was about making the world safe and just and fair for all. But okay. A hippo. A hippo? That's the best you could come up with. Well, yes. At first, people don't always realize how powerful and deliberate they are. They stay close to their group. They protect what matters. Most of their time, they're calm. But when it's time to move, they move. What followed was a bond with my siblings. Victor, Vincent, Veronica, Laurentia, and across different continents, Dylan. I still don't know how a group of strangers could be so at peace with being part of something that meaningful. But when I had the freedom to choose where I'd leave something behind, I chose the neighborhood center of West Volusia County. Because I know what it feels like to wonder where the next meal is coming from. Because I know what the absence of a permanent roof makes you do, makes you think, makes you become. Because I've always second-guessed walking up to people. Not because I have nothing to offer. If you've known me over these 4 years, you know I beg to differ. But because people have flinched at me before, afraid I'd need something from them. So at the bridge, I served on the line. I washed the dishes. I warmed food and sat with the clients and shared stories. Because a warm meal hits different when someone's sitting across from you who actually wants to be there. I made sure no 2 days were ever the same. And just when I felt like I had found my footing on the floor, they told me the next step wasn't the line. They had a blueprint. I guess the program did. I was told, now, help build the systems. So for a year, during my junior capstone, I watched and shadowed and found my footing. And when they handed me the keys, I ran with it. I built an ETL pipeline for data cleaning, accumulation, and analysis. Yet, my soul yearned for more. More ownership, more impact. A role where I could help build the capacity of people and organizations to actually stand on their own. That hunger for impact didn't stop there. At Volusia Pride, I found that room. I'm in the process of building and hosting a volunteer tracking system from end to end. I've been able to teach board members how to navigate Notion. And somewhere in all of that, I've been able to say a quiet thank you to this program for making it possible. Now, if you've known me, I've always been able to leave something you can carry with you and a quote. Maybe you can quote me out one day. Because as I told my first FSIM class, I'm him. But then I came across this. How do you raise kids? Well, you don't. You allow them to raise you. How's that? Well, you don't know this person. This person came through you, not from you. And that's where parents fumble. They try to raise children based on their own trauma, their own experiences, and their shortcomings. And just like that, I had a flashback. Back into that interview room all over again. Two adults figuring out their place in this program, their place in this world, yet selecting the most diverse class in a group of students who would go on to change things. And year on, without realizing it, every one of us has been able to step into that director role. Every conversation with you has taught me something I didn't know I needed. The last time I saw you, I was in a rush. In a rush to spend 2 hours sitting by a gate to take an Airbus you wouldn't let me miss. I didn't get to say a proper heartfelt goodbye or even have a chance to back out, because from the moment I told you about this dream in 2018, you dedicated everything to make it work. Hello. Hello, Ma. Are you still there? I think the connection went bad. I couldn't really see you for 4 years. How are you, son? I'm doing amazing, Ma. There's this woman, Dr. Taylor Hibble. She's the kindest person I've met in my life. She and Director Kevin gave me a family and a purpose. Thank you feels not nearly enough. They took the baton from you and made sure a boy thousands of miles from home never once felt like he was on his own. I've met so many incredible people. I'm going to miss them so much. And Ma, I met this girl. She makes me happy. It's a long story. I hope I can see you soon and tell you about it.
Thank you, Philip. I think that I can speak on behalf of the entire junior class when I say that you were one of the first faces for all of us on the Stetson campus, and for that we are grateful. And next, I want to welcome Gianna Fajera Jr. to the stage.
Hello everyone. So when I first came to Stetson, I came as a business major. So at the time, I really did not know what I wanted my future to look like. And I definitely did not know how much I was going to grow here at Stetson. Looking back now, I can honestly say that Bonner helped me shape who I am. Because of Bonner, I did not just only find my opportunities, I found myself. Today, I'm a public management and international studies major. And that says a lot about the impact that this program had in my life. One of the moments that really shows that growth was my first summer of service. I had always cared deeply about politics and public service. And I remember going to Taylor's office and asking, Taylor, what do you think if I interned at the Congress office though? And it felt such like a huge idea. Honestly, almost impossible. And I still remember her reaction. She said that no one had really done something like that before, but it would be so cool if I had this experience. That moment stayed with me, because instead of telling me to be more realistic, Bonner encouraged me to dream bigger. And somehow that dream became real. That summer, Duda, my forever roommate, and I went to Brasilia. And that experience meant so much to me. Being at the Brazilian National Congress was powerful. It was just not about politics as an idea anymore. It was about being in those spaces, seeing public service happen in real life, and realizing maybe, just maybe, I could belong in that room too. That summer changed something in me. It made me see things that I care about the most. Service, politics, creating change could actually become the path that I can build for myself. Then I came back to Stetson, and another really important moment happened to me. I found out that I had been accepted to speak at my first international conference, the International Volunteer Forum in Istanbul, Turkey. The conference was funded, but I still needed help paying for my airplane ticket. Again, Kevin and Taylor were some of my biggest supporters. They believed in me, and they helped me find a way to make it happen. Because of that, I got to stand in a completely different part of the world and share my Bonner experience and the volunteer work that has meant so much to me. Shout out to Naya, who gave me a hijab to go to Istanbul, Turkey. That moment was so special to me because it reminded me that Bonner starts in community, but it does not stop here. Bonner helped me understand that our stories matter, that our service matter, that something rooted in a small campus community can reach much farther than we imagine. And when I think about my Bonner experience, I also think about the smaller memories, the everyday memories that ended up meaning so much. I will never forget my first Bonner site, the Chosen Community Center, riding in KJ's van and playing with the kids. I will never forget our Bonner first year seminar, where I heard the term community organizing for the first time in my life. And I realized that I've been doing that for much of my life, even without having the words for it. Bonner gave me a language to something that I already felt deeply. And one of my favorite memories of Bonner was Bonner prom. During my freshman year, Duda and I, again, talking to Taylor, and she told me that Bonner prom used to be a tradition, but that has been lost over time. We loved the idea, so we decided to reinvent it and bring it back. And honestly, it was so much fun. But it was so much more than that. It was beautiful to see all the different cultures in the Bonner program come together in one space. There was so much joy in that room, so much connection, and such a strong sense of belonging. For me, that memory captures something that is really important about Bonner. It is not only about service in a formal sense, it's also about creating a community, keeping traditions alive, and making space for people to feel like they belong. So when I think about my Bonner experience, I do just not think about the big milestones, even though I am deeply grateful for them. I think about growth. I think about community. I think about the people who saw something in me and helped me see it too. With that, I'd like to say thanks to some people. First, to my family, and I would like to say this in Portuguese, because they're watching it. Para minha mãe, que sempre acreditou em mim, e quando eu vim com essa ideia louca de estudar nos Estados Unidos, sempre me encorajou. Pela minha família, que nunca sabe direito o que eu estou fazendo, mas eles sempre pedem para eu escrever certinho tudo em português que eu estou fazendo aqui nos Estados Unidos, na ONU, pelo mundo, para eles colocarem no grupo da família. Eles realmente amam muito isso, e eles realmente se importam, e eles estão sempre aqui por mim, então eu realmente sou muito grata a isso. I also like to thank my class. We went through a lot together, from orientation, all the late night conversations in Connor's living room, and even the hurricane parties. Our time here now has ended, and I'm extremely grateful for all the memories I had with every single one of you. Finally, I would like to thank Taylor and Kevin for believing in a girl sitting in her pink room in Brazil at exactly 12:40 p.m. on March 22nd, 2022, the day and time of my final Bonner interview. And because of Bonner, that girl from Brazil did not just find a program, she found a purpose, a community, and the courage to keep fighting against what upsets her to her point of action. Thank you. Sorry, y'all.
Thank you, Tiana, for being such an inspiration for the Bonner community. Next, I would like to welcome up Jillian Ireland.
I'm always nervous when I'm giving speeches, but I promised that I wouldn't cry, so let's see how I do. I want to start with a memory. The first time I walked into a room full of high school students to teach, not to sit in a class, but to actually lead one. My hands were shaking, public speaking wasn't something I was ever good with, and there I was, expected to connect, inspire, and hold a room. I didn't feel ready. But I showed up anyway. That decision to keep showing up, even when I felt unsure, became the through line of my entire Bonner experience. Some of my most meaningful moments came from my work at the Black Homeschoolers of Central Florida, BHCFL for short. Early on, I helped organize the 2024 Community Expo at my site. It was a chance to bring local families, students, and organizations together to celebrate collaboration and learning. It taught me the structure behind community work, coordinating logistics, promoting events, and making sure each part connected. Seeing it all come together reminded me why I wanted to do this work in the first place. Later, Mrs. Denning, or BHCFL president, gave me the opportunity to teach high school students at the center. I led classes in technology, web development, and game design, introducing skills that help students see how creativity and tech could work hand in hand. Watching their curiosity grow and their confidence build made me realize I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Not long after, she asked me to step into a leadership position as a lead intern. It caught me off guard at first because I was still figuring myself out, but it showed me something important. It showed me that other people saw potential in me before I could even see it in myself. I also want to talk about Bonner love for a second, because I felt it most clearly at our spring retreat. I shared that I was getting married, and the reaction I got, the genuine joy, the warmth, the hugs, hit me in a way that I didn't expect. And for anyone who doesn't know, I am now Mrs. Ireland Thomas. But Bonner love isn't just about the big moments. It's laughing until it hurts with Adaya and telling her to stop working so much. It's people like Levy that I got to work with over the summer and go through the stress of working with somebody very confusing. And it's also working with Haisa over the summer and scaring her so bad that she yelled at me in her native language. These are people who have shaped my Bonner experience in so many ways that I didn't realize until later. And every person I have met added something to who I became here. My journey wasn't without hard parts, I started later than others because I transferred. I didn't live in the same building my same first year, I missed Friday meetings because of class conflicts, and there were moments where I truly wondered if I belonged. Then Kevin said something I've never forgotten. He said, "You do belong here. We're lucky to have you in our program, and I can't wait to see the changes you make in the future." That reminder shifted everything. It taught me that belonging isn't about starting at the same time as everyone else. It's about the impact you make and the connections you build along the way. I want to take a moment to thank my family, who couldn't be here tonight, my dad, who always made a time to travel with me, make me feel comfortable in every new area I move into, and still treat me like I'm his little girl. My mom, who's watching, who always made an effort to remind me how proud she is of me and makes every talk with her feel like I'm still back in Jamaica. My younger sister, Akela, who has started to grow up so beautifully and wisely. And every time I see her, I get so happy and sad that she's growing up without me. And to my husband, David, you've been with me through my entire experience here at Stetson and with Bonner. You've seen me happy and excited whenever something goes right, and made the trip to see me whenever something went wrong. You've taught me a lot about myself and showed me what it means to be someone I should be proud of. I walked into Bonner with shaking hands and a lot of self-doubt, but I'm leaving as Mrs. Ireland Thomas, confident, capable, and finally sure that I belong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jillian. You're such a special soul, and we are really thankful that you allowed us to be part of your journey. Now, please, let's celebrate Eduarda Caroline Machado de Souza ao
Good evening, everyone. Boa noite. I really hope you haven't dehydrated yet. I did. My name is Eduarda Caroline Machado de Souza, aka Dura, for my friends here. And I believe it takes a village to raise a child. And it takes multiple villages to raise a Bonner Scholar. Tonight, I would introduce you to some of my villages. Everybody who knows me knows how much I love replying to emails and texts. But when Taylor sent me that acceptance letter, that was probably the fastest email I have ever replied in my life. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I remember what he meant. To me, it meant a chance, an opportunity to create change, but most importantly, to allow myself to be changed by it. So thank you, Taylor and Kevin. You represent that to me. Excuse me. A person in a program that sees a light in us. Because of you, I've learned how to be kinder to myself and to my community. All I needed was an opportunity to serve. My first sight of Bonner was at the Chisholm Community Center. There I met Mr. KJ, our site supervisor, who took care of us like we were one of the kids. Your jokes made my days lighter, and whenever I thought I was super happy, Kai made sure to keep me on my toes. Over there, I met Jasper, a little boy, constantly on timeout for not finishing his homework. All he wanted to do was to play outside, but he got easily distracted. When I first tried to help him, he said, "I don't need you." So I sat by his side in silence. Over time, he let me help him, and he got to go outside. Yay. But it wasn't until the day that he grabbed my hand and said, "I want you to help me with my homework," that I realized how much presence matters. A small act of service can mean a lot
Maybe to him, but definitely to me. I felt that my work mattered, and that was all I needed. At the neighborhood center, Chanel, our big sister, you showed us what it means to build a legacy of impact and how important it is to lift each other up along the way. Your motto to me. Dr. Houston, on behalf of the CEP team, thank you for offering me a chance to get to know our students. Not only their stories, but how they're part of the system. If I want to seek justice, it is crucial that I look at who's often overlooked. I'll be happy to have 1% of the heart that you have. JP, thank you for teaching us how to organize. And for the Civil Rights Struggle course, for changing my path and my purpose. To my roomie and dear friend Gianna, I'll miss us in Congress, concerts, parties, dinner tables, or playing the Bonner Brown. But mostly, I'll miss having the chance to walk a few steps and know that you're just across the street. And we can talk for hours. Just know that I'm so proud of you and the woman you became. But tonight, I also want to acknowledge something that we don't always talk about. The sacrifices. The ones that no one sees. The cost of pursuing our dreams abroad is not just financial. It's about time. Time we can never get back. That's why I want to honor my family. Papai, Mamãe, Mateus, and especially Amanda. Minha irmãzona. I can read y'all. I don't know. So many things. Okay. When I got that email, remember, you said something that sticks with me to this day. Thank you. You said, I have never, not for a minute, thought that you wouldn't make it. And I know it was true. And I am the luckiest person to have somebody who believes in me like you do. And I'm so proud of you. Thank you. And thanks to my class for welcoming me with open arms and so much Bonner love. Even though I was adding to the incredible number of Brazilians in our cohort. I will never forget our long conversations in the TV room. We weren't just finishing assignments or organizing against Barroso, of course. We were in so many ways, healing in ways I didn't even know I needed. It was a pleasure to be your last class-based leader. So for the next cohorts, my advice is, lean into your village. Let yourself be changed, challenged, but most of all, supported. Because being a Bonner is not just about the service you give, it's about the person you become when you do it. And you will keep doing even greater things. I'm missing y'all already. Thank you for being my village. Obrigada.
Thank you, Duda. We can't wait to see where you go next. And now I would like to welcome Vincent Sally to the stage.
Brazilians, to the bank. And to my fellow Africans, how far? And to everyone, good evening. How y'all doing? It is truly an honor to stand here tonight as I reflect on my journey with the Fund program. When I first arrived at Stetson University, everything felt new. A new environment, new people, new expectations. And as an international student, that transition could have easily felt very overwhelming. But instead of feeling alone, I found something I did not expect so quickly. A family. The Bonner program has been that family for me. From the very beginning, it created a sense of belonging that made Stetson feel like home. I never felt like I had figured things out on my own. There was always someone to turn to, someone willing to listen, and someone ready to help. And for me, there were about two people that were very special to me, and those two people were both Taylor and Kelvin. No matter what I needed, whether it was guidance, support, just talking to someone, I knew I could go to Taylor. And I want to take a moment to say, truly thank you for that. Your presence made a difference in my experience here, and I'm truly grateful. For me, living together in Conrad in my freshman year also played a huge role in shaping that sense of community. It wasn't just about sharing a space, it was about sharing life. We looked out for each other, always supported each other, and created a movement that will forever be with me. One of those favorite moments, was working on our perusal assignments. We had to figure out whose comments we were going to comment on. Because I remember Victor always loved commenting on my comments. And back then we didn't have ChatGPT to help us break down. But we had each other. Throughout my time in the Bonner program, I've grown in ways I did not expect. Through service, I learned the importance of showing up, not just for myself, but for others. Through community engagement, I learned that impact doesn't always come from big actions, but from consistent, meaningful efforts. Whether I was working, volunteering at my summer service with Council on Aging with Philip, helping organize the donation boxes, or creating educational materials for Good Samaritan Clinic. Each experience reminded me that even small contributions can make a big difference in people's lives. But more than anything, Bonner has taught me the value of people, of connection, of empathy, and of community. It showed me that leadership is not just about leading, but about lifting others and creating space where everyone feels seen and supported, which we can all agree we learned from our FSM, which was taught by our lovely Dr. Posadas. As I prepare to take the next step beyond Stetson, I carry these lessons with me, and I know that wherever life takes me, the value and relationship I built here will always be a part of who I am. To my Bonner classmates, thank you. Thank you for making Bonner a home away from home. Thank you for the late night conversations, the laughs, the support, the scooter ride with Dylan, and the moments where we showed up for each other without hesitation. Being far away from home is not always easy, but because of you all, it never felt that way. You made this journey feel lighter, warmer, and more meaningful. And to my family watching, thank you for always believing in me and supporting me. I couldn't have achieved this without you. And I want to end with this. Family is not always defined by where you come from, but by the people who work with you, support you, and grow with you along the way. And for me, Bonner has been that family. Thank you all. Bonner.
Thank you, Vincent, for your commitment to this program. Next, I would like to welcome Soleil Versus to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. I'm standing here tonight. I feel very proud and also very humble. Proud to be part of this community and humbled to be in a room full of the greatest minds and the fullest hearts that I've ever seen on human earth. My journey in Bonner started off kind of rough. Just like my good friend Haji, I was rejected my first semester. Taylor encouraged me to continue applying, and so I joined Bonner my second semester of my first year. Shortly thereafter, joining the program, my mom entered stage 5 kidney failure. And she went from the strongest woman that I know to the strongest woman in the world. But that caused me to step into roles that I wasn't ready to. I was 17 when I came to college, and I had no idea what I wanted to do or where I wanted to go. I started working a full-time job to help with my family, and I constantly drove long hours home to see my mom in the hospital and to help my brothers get through high school. And I found myself worried that maybe that distance somehow meant that I was less connected to Bonner. That maybe I was missing out on what Bonner really is. But it was early on in my Bonner career where the spirit of Bonner shone through me, without me even having to explain. At the end of an interview with Monique Keels at the Community Legal Services of the Land, she said to me that I seemed so passionate and wise, and at that time I was only 18 years old, and she was astonished by how eloquent that I was. And so I jokingly responded that it was that be-love. On Zoom, she looked so confused, and she asked me, what does that even mean? And I was like, you know what, it's a Bonner thing. And at the time, I didn't have the language to describe it, and I'm not even sure that I have the language now, but I know that it's more real than anything that I can reach out and touch. And at every dark turn and twist in my journey at Stetson, Taylor, JP, Kevin, they were all there for me when I didn't even know what the next right thing was. They dragged me out of my limiting beliefs and taught me to do it even when I don't think that I can. When I think that I'm not quite too qualified or not good enough. And when my mom's health dipped even further, and she ended up on dialysis and waiting for a kidney transplant, when the world felt like it was falling on my head, they held me up and they provided me with guidance. But over time, I realized something important. Bonner is not just a place that you show up to. It's not just Lee's Garage and Allen Hall. It's something that you carry with you. Because in every space that I entered, I wasn't walking in empty-handed. I was carrying the values that this very program instilled in me. The commitment to service, the belief in dignity, the understanding that justice is an abstract and is personal and urgent and it requires action. Bonner transformed how I see the world. It pushed me to ask the hard questions, not just what's wrong, but what is my responsibility in changing it? What can I do to make it better, not just for myself, but for every one of you and for everyone that will come to me in the future? It taught me that service isn't about checking a box or being front and center. It's about consistency, integrity, and showing up when no one is watching and when no one is there to reward you. For me, it looked like being in courtrooms, advocating, learning, and preparing myself to fight for the people who aren't always heard, the people who are actively silenced. In those courtrooms, as a guardian ad litem and a legal assistant to a wide number of judges, I started to see the bigger picture. I saw how systems impact lives in ways that aren't fair or just, despite the fact that we claim to be fair and just. And I realized that the work that we talk about in Bonner, the conversations about equity and access and justice, that they're very real and that they're happening every single day, and they demand people like us who are willing to step into those uncomfortable spaces and do something about it. Bonner gave me the framework for that. It gave me language, courage, and most importantly, it gave me a sense of responsibility, not just to witness injustice, but to challenge it. And this transformation was not sudden. It happened in small moments, in conversations and in reflections, and being pushed beyond myself, beyond what I could see in front of me, to create something in the future that I wasn't so certain about. Because once you've internalized these values, they don't stay behind in Allen, or in Lee's Garage, or in Conrad. They go with you to every job, every room, and every decision that you make. In the words of my favorite author, sometimes forever lasts just 1 second. And in the grand scheme of our lives, the past 4 years are just stepping stones in the great work that we will produce in the future. A fond memory that we tell our future colleagues, our friends, partners, children. But this moment, and our legacy in Bonner, will last forever. And while we may not remember all the details of every second that we spent stressed about discussion posts and JCAPs and presentations, or the days that we spent together, but Bonner itself is forever. It's in how we think, it's in how we work, and it's how we choose to show up in this world. And that's something that I will carry with me, not just for the next few years, but for the rest of my life. Because Bonner isn't just something that we did, it's something that changed us. And it's something that I will carry with me wherever I go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zoe, for all the work that you've been doing in our community. And now, please, let's celebrate our amazing friend, Jessa Ward.
Hello, friends. Thank you all for being here to celebrate the wonderful Stetson Bonner community and my fellow seniors as we close one chapter of our story and step into what is next. As a transfer student, I only got 2 years with Bonner, which were all too short but have been more transformative than I could have ever imagined. However, first and foremost, glory to God for what He has done in my life these past 2 years that I've spent with Bonner. On any and every stage I step foot on, I pray that it is Him that you see, not me. I recognize and respect that there are people of many different beliefs here in this room, but one of the common commitments that Bonner embraces is spiritual exploration. And one personal takeaway that I've made in this area is that the work I do and the words I say mean nothing if they are not done for Christ. Perhaps even more important than what we do is why we do it. And this isn't a come to Jesus moment, unless you want it to be, but for me, Jesus has been the best and most fulfilling why that I have ever found. This motivation led me to serve on staff at Free Performing Arts, a nonprofit in the heart of Ormond Beach that is dedicated to teaching performing arts from a Christian worldview. It has been so sweet to get to work with our wonderful team to build the capacity of a vision that has been so close to my heart for so long. From juggling armloads of tutus, to organizing a silent auction, to being a waiting buddy for a preschooler when mom was running a few minutes behind, the job made me kind of a jack of all trades. There was one time that I saw one of our kids out and about, and she recognized me, and I remember her telling her friend, "Yeah, that's the girl from dance that just runs around doing stuff and helping people." But I think that is a wonderfully simple job description that I will always try to live up to. The girl who just runs around doing stuff and helping people. Bonner also led me to do a summer of service as a grant writing intern at Pioneers, a mobilization base in Orlando that recruits and trains people who want to serve as international Christian missionaries. There, I worked on my grant proposal writing skills, researched foundations to fund international ministry projects, and learned extensively about the ethics of mission work. As people, we naturally seek comfort and familiarity, and I would consider myself a bit of a homebody. But during that time, I was able to branch out and gain some new independence, and now I make it a point to actively seek out ways to stretch the limits of my comfort zone. And all of this wouldn't have been possible without the encouragement and support of some very special people. Last year, I delivered a TED Talk on the importance of finding your people and how we are a mosaic of all the people we hold closest to us. And I'm endlessly grateful for my own village that has encouraged me in every step of this journey. To old friends like Fernanda and Frank, newer friends like Victoria and Haisa and Bia and all the Brazilians, I have loved all the times I've gotten to listen to y'all share about your families and cultures and dreams. And thank you for helping me find community. However, when I first came to Stetson, some of you know I had a bit of a rocky transition period, but there were a few friendly faces from those first days that I still so vividly remember. One of those faces belonged to our precious Naya, the first person to come up and say hi to me when I was wondering if there was a place for me to belong at this new school. She was also one of my friends who pushed me to apply to give a TED Talk and was one of the encouraging smiles I saw on the day of those life-changing 15 minutes. My dear friend, your heart is so kind. To our beloved Taylor Hibble, who's on our live stream, our Bonner fairy godmother, a friend and a mentor who manages busyness with so much grace, and even now, even from Embry-Riddle, still holds space in her schedule and her heart for each of us Bonners to be seen and heard. Thank you to my mom for being my first and favorite teacher and a guidepost for me my whole life and a source of strength and independence. You are my Lorelai Gilmore. And to my family, thank you for faithfully supporting me all of these years. Thank you to my dear friends, my chosen family, for bringing laughter to my life. To Joy Perry, my lifelong best friend and sassy twin for life, you're the most hardworking people I know. You have always been there for me and have been a main character in so many memories and side quests over the years. To Grace Perry, pure sunshine as a person who has given me countless pep talks when I felt like giving up and who never fails to make me smile. She's the type of friend that you call on the phone crying and hang up the phone laughing. You have such a beautiful gift for making the world feel a little less heavy. I hope everyone has friends like the amazing Perry sisters. To my fellow seniors, how wonderful it is to stand beside you as we reflect on our time as Bonners and proud Stetson Hatters. And thank you to JP for being a steady source of encouragement for us. It means so, so much. The next hats we wear will be graduation caps and the next roles that we step into. And I know each of you will continue to grow and strive for greatness as you spread Bonner love wherever life takes you. Finally, to all of my Bonners, you all are world changers, and thank you for being lights in my world. Hearing your stories and your passion for the work that you do has inspired me more than you know. And I hope that you know that your value doesn't just come from the work you do, but the lovely character of your heart to serve and to make the world a better place by allowing yourselves to become upset to the point of action. And not everyone will understand that conviction, but I hope that you remember that you do not need man's approval to step into your calling. And so, in the theme of finding your people, thank you for being mine. It has been an honor to be a Bonner.
Thank you, Jessa. And next, I would like to bring up Veronica Okeke to the stage.
Oh my God, I'm in trip. Good evening, everyone. When I think back to the very beginning of my Bonner journey, I always return to orientation week. I remember walking onto campus, feeling equal parts excited but terrified, wondering if I would ever find my place here. But within hours, that fear dissolved. I was surrounded by people who didn't just welcome me, they made me feel at home. I still remember sitting in a circle during one of our first activities. We answered the question of what obsesses us to the point of action. And then listening to everyone share why they choose service, there was this quiet moment where I realized, oh, these are actually my people. That week taught me my first lesson as a Bonner, that community isn't something you stumble into. It's something you build intentionally, with presence and vulnerability. I'm proud of the way I learned to show up, even when I was unsure, and how that openness shaped the rest of my experience here. This foundation deepened even more during my first year seminar, where we learned community organizing from the ground up. It was the first time I had understood that change doesn't start with big actions. It starts with relationships, with listening, with understanding people's self-interest and their shared stories. That class gave me a language for what I was beginning to feel during orientation week. That service isn't about fixing things for people, but building power with them. It shaped the way I approach every site, every conversation, and every moment of my Bonner experience. I carried this understanding with me to our first year trip to the Hope Community Center. Living with farm workers and immigrant families was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I remember waking up to join the farmers in the fields, feeling the weight of Florida humidity on my skin before the day even began. I remember sitting at kitchen tables, listening to stories of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. Stories that were shared with us not because we earned them, but because our host trusted us enough to let us in. That week changed the way I understood service. It stopped being about helping and became about accompaniment, walking with people, not ahead of them. It taught me humility, and it taught me to listen. And I'm proud of how that experience pushed me to rethink what justice looks like in practice and not just in theory. The other thread that runs through my entire Bonner life and ties my experience here together is my work in health spaces at Hispanic Health Initiatives and at the Emergency Department of Advent Health Leland. As HHI, I learned what it means to meet people where they are. I learned, and I will never forget the look in someone's face when they realized, maybe for the first time, that someone cared enough to explain what their blood pressure numbers meant. At Advent Health, I saw the other side of the health system, the urgency, the fear, the humanity that fills the emergency room at all hours. Those experiences taught me that health equity isn't abstract. It's personal, it's relational, and it requires patience, compassion, and the willingness to sit with people in their most vulnerable moments. I'm proud of how these experiences shaped my sense of purpose and affirmed my commitment to a future in healthcare. Across all these moments, one thing has stayed constant. Bonner has taught me to be present with people, with communities, and with myself. It taught me that growth doesn't always look like confidence. Sometimes it can look like asking better questions, or admitting that you don't know, or choosing to listen before you speak. To the younger Bonners, if I can offer anything, it's this. Don't rush your growth. Let the moments change you. Let the people you meet challenge you. And let yourself be surprised by the ways you learn to show up. Before I close, I want to offer 2 thank yous that mean the world to me. First, to my family. If I had a genie and only one last wish left, it will be that you're here with me in this moment tonight. But I just want to say we made it. Thank you so much for being my foundation long before I ever stepped into this campus. Thank you for every encouraging word, every late night phone call, every reminder that I was capable even when I doubted myself. Your love made it possible for me to pour into others, and everything I've done here is written in what you taught me about compassion, resilience, and showing up for others. And to my Bonner classmates, when I think I couldn't be more impressed about what young people are doing in society, you guys find a way to surprise me. Thank you for being the community that shaped me and inspired me. You challenged me, you supported me, you laughed at me, and you held space for me in ways that I'll never forget. You taught me how to lead with heart, how to serve with humility, and how to grow with intention. I'm grateful for every shared ride, every reflection circle, and every moment where we learn together. And where we learn what it means to build something bigger than ourselves. And to everyone in this room, you may not know me personally, but thank you so much for being my community this past 4 years. Thank you for being my teachers, and thank you for being my home. I'm once a Bonner, and I'm always a Bonner.
Thank you, Veronica, for all that you've done for our community. Next, I would like to recognize Anas Ali, who is unable to be here today because, like all Bonners, he goes above and beyond in all that he does. He's currently presenting his research on traffic optimization at the Southeast Conference of the Association for Computing Machinery. However, he has shared his speech with us. Please turn your attention to the screen.
This is what we need as a cybersecurity person.
We would apply community service and get a scholarship along with it. In 2020, I learned about the Bonner program from my friend Noreen. I heard it was an opportunity to align my field of study with applied community service and get a scholarship along with it. I applied and I was lucky enough to be accepted. I was supposed to enroll in 2021, but due to personal reasons, I had to defer until 2022. And just like our transfer students, I never felt left out. Before my orientation even began, Kevin greeted me with a warm welcome and said, "You're finally here." That was the first time I experienced what we all know as Bonner love. From that moment on, I met and connected with like-minded people. Many of us were not only new to college, we weren't originally from here either. We were figuring everything out together, from grocery shopping to class schedules. My first year wasn't always smooth sailing, but it must have been pressure on me. Especially as someone who is not from America, it can be easy to take for granted that my first real exposure to this country was classrooms, libraries, dorms, cafeterias, and coffee shops. I love the experience of staying in a stranger's home, getting to meet with them and getting to know them. I had the chance to contribute to so many great local nonprofits, and in doing so, I learned about local issues and the real work being done to address them. As part of my Bonner work, I taught data science with a nonprofit based in San Francisco Bay Area called Keynote. I had the opportunity to work with over 100 learners, and while I'm deeply grateful for the impact I was able to make, the experience also forced me to confront a harsher reality that I had been oblivious to. During my time there, I witnessed young learners experiencing homelessness halfway through our courses. When I reached out to my supervisors, I found that the only thing I could do was direct them to resources, like shelters. And I felt helpless. I saw my younger self in those kids, I saw my friends, I saw family. 771,000. That's the number of people experiencing homelessness in the United States. For context, that's nearly twice the entire population of Iceland. It might be easy to feel disconnected from homelessness, to treat it as a distant problem, or one rooted in personal failing. But that experience made it impossible for me to look away. And I think about it often here in Deland, where homelessness is a very real part of our local community. The numbers may be smaller than in the Bay Area, but it doesn't make the problem any smaller. I believe that homelessness is a human-made problem, and I try to often think, if today is Saturday, The question that has never stopped frustrating me is this. If we decided as a community that we wanted zero homelessness by Monday, what would actually be standing in our way? I don't have an answer to that question. I think we do not need perfect answers or perfect solutions, but I do think that change starts when people show up for one another. It is no secret that Bonner also helped me shape my identity and my approach as a leader. Capacity building, empathy, active listening, these aren't just concepts we read about in JP's class. We apply them day after day, month after month, until they became the way we naturally approach problems and find solutions. As higher education faces so many challenges right now, I have felt uncertain and anxious about finishing my degree. But like every other challenge Bonners face, we find a way through. I remember hearing seniors say during my freshman year, one day you're a freshman and before you know it, you're graduating. Honestly, I thought we were joking. One day I was a freshman and before I knew it, I'm graduating. I'd like to encourage my underclassmen peers and say that you will get through all the challenges you face, and before you know it, you'll find yourself standing at the finish line. Thank you.
Next, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jeremy Posadas to the stage.
Hello, everyone. To those who are guests with us, I am Dr. Jeremy Posadas, and I hold the Marchman Chair here at Stetson, which means that I oversee the academic components of the Bonner program. More importantly, it means, as has been mentioned, I have the privilege to be the first college professor of most Bonner students when they start college. And you, class of 2026, as you know, are the first set of Bonners I got to teach since your first year. Although I didn't get to teach all of you in your first year, it's been a privilege to journey with all of you for these past years. I am so, so proud of you. This is a time in this country and throughout the world where it's hard to feel hope. It's hard to feel joy. Some of the only time I feel hope or joy is the time we spend together. And when I think about the work you're doing and the difference you make. It's not your job to give me hope, but you do give me hope. It is your job to give hope to all the communities that are suffering and struggling so that we can continue making this world a better and more fair place. And I expect you to keep doing that job, and I know you will. I know we all cherish our time together and we don't want it to end, so I'll say those magic words you love hearing me say in class. We might end early. I'm not going to speak very long. I realized in preparing for tonight that as we learn in organizing, it doesn't matter really what I have to say. What matters is what we have to say together. So I have some words to share with you, and I realize I'm gonna put them in your jar so you get them. They're here. I get to do this just one last time, and that's give you some assigned reading. But these words should sound familiar because on your very first day as a Bonner, they're the words I gave you in this very building, in fact, your first reading assignment in college. So I have a copy for each one of you. And I just want to remind you of, I've chosen just one of them that I want to remind you of, some of the very first words you ever heard as a Bonner student. A successful idea is one that can draw people in who don't already share your values and can open the door to finding unexpected connections. I hope you'll always remember that and the other wisdom we've discovered together. I'm also going to just take one more moment to do something I'll never get to again, and that's give you a little quiz. Because what matters is not what I have to say, but the truths and the wisdom we take with us. So, true or false? True or false? As an organizer, you have the answers. False. False. Who does have the answers? I'm sorry, what? Who has the answers? The community. True or false? As an organizer, you're the leader who matters most. False. False. How many leaders are we looking for as an organizer?
all of them. As many as we can get.
Exactly right. Let's go find those leaders. So, in a moment, actually, I'm going to invite the Bonner senior class to come down so we can have one of our most special ones. So I'm going to invite you down and then I'll explain to everybody what we're doing. So if you're in the senior class, please come and join us. We're going to form a line in the front. So this is about to be one of the most special moments of the entire Bonner year. If you're a first year, you'll see what this is about. For many years, this ritual was led by my predecessor in the Marchman Chair, Dr. Greg Sapp, who helped create the distinctive spirit of Stetson's Bonner program as we have known it until his sudden tragic death a few years ago. And most of us in this room don't know this, although Dr. Houston did know him, but he was one of the guiding spirits that makes Bonner what it is. So we owe him, and many others, but we owe him a lot for the love that we experience in Bonner. By continuing this tradition, we affirm the spirit he and others who are no longer here at Stetson cultivated beautifully for so many years. So we're going to offer these marbles, and in a moment I'll explain for those who aren't familiar what we're doing with them. I'm going to start at this end. Is that Vincent? I'm going to start with you. And I'm going to invite you to offer the jug to the person who is next to you. So you'll offer the jar to the person to your left, and that person can choose a marble that means something to them. But I'm going to give you a heads up. We're going to do something slightly different this year, and that is you're going to pick a marble that means something to you, and then a little bit later you'll have a little bit of time to hold it, and then you're going to offer it to someone else. Okay? So I'm going to start this, and then I'll explain. So let me explain to those who don't know about the marbles. The ritual is based on the game of marbles, which every time you play it includes exchanging marbles with other players. Dr. Sapp, as I understand it, taught this as a metaphor for college and for learning throughout life. Always be open to learning from other perspectives, looking at life from many angles, and being willing to offer both wisdom and compassion to others and to receive it from them. Dylan, when it gets to you, make sure Jose has a chance to get a marble too. You got one, is it? Yeah. So, now that you all have a marble, I'm going to ask you to do something a little different. You are going to offer the marble to the person next to you. And if you wouldn't mind, you can offer yours to that side. Yeah,
Right.
so. To your left, same way we did the bucket. This is a sign that we are never alone, but rather always in community through Bonner love. The marble you leave with today, you have received from the hands of a fellow Bonner on behalf of your whole Bonner community. We are always in community through Bonner love. Share your marbles. Everybody got one? Yes? All shared? Okay. So now, we always, after we do this, we have our toast. And I want this to be something we all toast together. So I'm going to invite you to, I've prepared a brief toast, but I'm going to invite you to say it with me. So I'll say a phrase and then I invite you to repeat it with me. If you have a drink, you can raise it at the end. When the last phrase ends with class of 2026, it'll be obvious. If you have a drink, you can raise it. You can also just raise a hand or show some Bonner love, however you want. But please join me in toasting this wonderful group of people. May you always be guided by the paths of the generations who have made justice before us. As you organize diverse communities to make justice that nurtures generations to come. To the Stetson Bonner class of 2026.
All right, let's give it up for the class of 2026. And let's do one more round of applause for Dr. Posadas. And our program will not be the same without the student leadership that guides all the programming in this amazing Bonner program. So I invite our current leadership team to take the stand, if you'll stand. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you guys. And now I'm going to be inviting our new leadership team for the 2026-2027 academic year to come join us at the front, and we'll give them a round of applause as well. So our student coordinators are Haisa, Maddie, and our junior intern is Emma. Our senior class-based leader is Rania. Our junior class-based leader is Taylor. And our sophomore class-based leaders are Dea and May. And our freshman class-based leaders are Chloe and Ellie Graves. For our skills track, I'd like to invite Jessica, Ayusha, RJ, and so,
This was a great night, and it was really nice to share this moment with you all. It's very special for me to be watching again a senior gala, and every time I turn myself up, and I'm very glad that my mascara and all of you guys made it through. So thank you all who attended tonight, family, friends, honor students, and especially our seniors. We cannot fully express how much we will miss this incredible class and how much we have learned from each one of you.
We are more than sure that you will continue excelling in your journeys after Stetson, and always remember that Bonner will forever be a place that you can call home.
I'd like to ask all Bonner students to please stay a few moments longer so we can take class pictures. To all guests, if you did not have time earlier, please feel free to leave a note for our seniors.
Thank you very much for your attention, and please join me in our final round of applause as we celebrate the Stetson Bonner Program Class of 2026.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. That's what I hope you're not still watching. I need my charger. Yes!
Hi, Taylor!
Where the hype is.